Okay, let's wait for it to start recording. Okay, so recording is happening, and also I managed to get my access to the Moodle platform. So I've now become very self-sufficient. So I'm going to upload just before the lecture everything that I promised to upload last time, and yeah, and then of course today I'll take you through what we're going to be talking about, today's agenda, and then I'll open it up for discussion. First, the hands that were up, please, Safara, you had your hand up.
Good evening, everybody. So, no, I just wanted to talk about you uploading, but since you discussed it, no, I just wanted to say that we couldn't find the textbook online or the learner guide, but since you addressed it, it's okay.
No, thank you. All right, guys, are you comfortable that we start now? Because I'm looking, we about 49 people here. I suggest that we start. And previously, I would start a few minutes after 6 o'clock to give few people time to catch up, knowing that some people are busy, stuck in traffic trying to get to the lecture. But it's unfair to those who make it on time. Can I start? I think there was a hand. I will start. Okay. All right. So everything that I'll be communicating to you today, I'm going to upload it straight after the lecture. And you'll be able to access it by tonight. And also, have you managed to find a class rep? Who's your class rep? No class rep yet. Anyone who's offering to be your representative? Yes, Charlotte.
We have Rose and Gusinata, I think. Yeah.
Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you. That helps a lot. Rose and Kosinati. Can you do me a favor, Rose and Kosinati? If you don't see the information or things that I promised to have in place for you, please do notify me. And also the way that we're going to communicate, such that our communication is transparent. Please let's use my UJ password, which I must just I'll share with you when I go through these the lecture, the learning guide. My UJ Patrick T at uj.ac.za. You're going to find it there. So you communicate to me the issue, you copy Mrs. Calais, and you copy the head of department, Dr. Madonsela, so that everything is, if I don't catch it, as you know, I'm a part-time lecturer, so I may not be focusing on my UJ emails all the time, but one of us will pick it up, and as soon as one of us picks it up, they will address the issue. Okay. So if something is not put in place, it's not because we don't want to or we didn't want to. It's probably because there was some challenge. Okay. So with your class reps, it will be easy to have that direct communication. I did share my number, and anytime they can reach me. Okay, let me just quickly take you through what I'm going to be talking about tonight. And when I have my screen on, I will not be able to see anyone who's raising their hands. Okay, let me just quickly open up. And if you cannot hear me, please do shout. And if there's something that's interrupting our conversation that makes it unclear, please do let me know. Okay. Okay, I'm going to share my slides. Also, please note that the slides are meant to guide us on what we are discussing. They are not slides for one to study and regurgitate the information for exams or assignment purposes. It is merely a guide. You are encouraged to look for latest articles, latest information, bring discussions to the class. And for your assignments, I value practical information. So when you talk about IMS, you talk about what happens in your organization, what happens in organization X or Y, and with an indication of the understanding of application of what IMS is all about. Okay, I'm quickly going to get to tonight's agenda. So tonight we're going to be talking about okay. So we're going to be talking about, we'll talk about quickly the course outline. I'll be very brief. I'm going to upload it so that you guys can follow, and please do take notes. It's very important. If there's anything that you need clarity on, please raise it. It may not be tonight. It won't be tonight because some of you will be seeing it for the first time. Please take notes and then let's discuss it next time we meet, or you can send emails and copy the people that I asked you to copy in our communication. All right, I'm going to give my introduction very briefly, and I'm going to talk about tonight's outcome. I can go through that. We're gonna recap, on last week's lecture, which was really the IMS overview. It was very basic. We're gonna stick to that. And then we'll touch on standardized and integrated systems, just to talk briefly about them, as a precursor to our next main discussion point, which was more on the the process integrations, where we'll be using some kind of matrix to make an assessment of whether the management standards at play are integrated or not. Okay, I'll be using some examples of organizations of where there's standardized processes and where is integrated systems or processes, just to draw a distinction for clarity, especially to those whom this is more a theoretical a topic, those that have not been exposed to a working environment and those that have not worked in a management standardized environment. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. Yeah, I'll stop here. Okay, and just quickly, maybe before I get to the course outline, just for us, I'll always keep this as part of our guide, um, on where we are and where we are going. And for those that are joining us for the first time, we started last week, and the assessment will be due on the 14th of March. I'll talk about the assessments before I issue them, just to take through, just for you to understand, and also the expectations of what I expect from you. So it will be the 1st of 14th of March. I'll be expecting your first assignment. I usually give them a week before. That gives you a week to work on them, and then the schedule for March, and you'll have a recess at some stage, and then the rest is there. But we'll try and keep up with it, and if we do lose track, we'll just revise it. But we have to finish, by the time allocated for us to finish this module, so that we can give you sufficient time to revise and to ask questions. Okay, any questions before I move on? Okay, stop sharing. Yes, please, Karabo.
Good evening, Doctor. I just wanted to find out, are we going to have assessments and an exam, or it's just assessments?
For now, I know it's assessments.
All right. All right, thank you.
Which one do you prefer?
To be honest, I'm not in any position to choose. However, exams, we use 2 exams, but if it's assessment, then much better.
All right. I mean, if you choose exam, I'll give you exam. I mean, it's assessment, but I think assessments, they're good because it's a part you've done and then you move on a part you've done. Otherwise, exams, you do the entire thing, but at the same time, you might find that the oral presentation, it might be a nice one that is a practical and also all-encompassing. If I remember vividly, there was an assignment for the groups, to usually with the oral one, they put you in groups. It was about assessing various organizations and look at the challenges to a successful systems integration. So you look at the organization, you unpack it, you look at what is at play, and you look at the critical factors that supports the IMS, for instance, and then you can see if it's there, it's not there. And at the end of the day, as you present, you present with examples. I found that very practical and also quite good when you hear people presenting. And usually with the oral one, we invite a few other panelists to sit with me, so that we've got a nice, a broader and objective assessment of your understanding and application. Okay, I hope that helps you, Karabo. All right, team, I'm going to quickly now go through the course outline, and the course outline, it will make more sense when you go through it yourself. I'll pick up on important parts of it, and of course, please do read it. It's very important, because if you do not adhere to it, certain things may rule against you. Okay, and if you seek clarity, it is about time you do that. Maybe in the next lecture you bring up what you felt needed more clarity. Okay, let me quickly go through it. Please let me know when you can hear me, when you can see what I'm presenting. And if you cannot, that will be a loss for all of us. Okay, please tell me now if you can see the screen. I can't see the hands, because I'm presenting.
We can see your screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And also, please, if I'm going a bit too fast, let me know. I'll tell you why, because oh, now we're at 69, 68, that's 69 with me. So more than half the class could not attend last week because of the admin. Some of you had registered, but you had not been granted access to the link, etc., etc. And I got emails, and Dr. Nelson also asked me if I could give a repeat. So, the sense of urgency, it is to try and get us on par with our program. Okay, today we're supposed to be doing chapter 1. So I'll touch on chapter 1, but I want to spend most of the time just quickly, recapping for the other guys who couldn't be with us last time. So this you will get. It's a typical, booklet with all the necessary information for you for the course. And in particular, as you know, that the head of this department is Dr. Madonsela. Please do read what he says, okay? I'm supporting him. And if there's anything that's not clear, I can clarify. I can take it to him to clarify for us, okay? So our module, it is the integrated management system. And the aim here is for us to be able at the end of this of this course to be able to determine or assess whether it is true that the integrated management system does add value to an organization. Remember, at this stage, as postgrads, you've become independent thinkers. You can assess, you can decide whether perhaps individual systems, standards are better for your organization, or you feel that you should be recommending a joint or a consolidated or integrated system. And of course, when you pitch this to your senior management, you will give them the benefits, the advantages, and also the challenges so that they are clear of what to expect. But I can tell you, based on what I have seen and what I know and what I've listened to, from some of the students that have presented some case studies, it is the way to go. It is the way, probably not so good for the workers because in terms of the worker head numbers, but in terms of the organization efficiencies and operational excellence is definitely the way to go. I feel that we've only touched the tip of an iceberg in our country. What I'll do, in fact, I'll ask you if you can please note this down. If you can do me a favor for our next lecture, just the organization, a list of local organizations that have implemented IMS. That is one thing. And secondly, out of that list, how many have implemented it successfully? Okay, I'll come back to this question at the end of our lecture tonight. Okay, so that will give you an idea of how much we have really understood. Because if there are many organizations, it just means that we've seen the light, or it is something that is, that is at a matured level within the country. However, if it's less and you can pick up that it's moving slow, it's probably at the infancy stage. It's something that is picking up, which is quite beneficial to you because out of this module, out of this course, you'll be ambassadors, you'll be the experts in this area. You'll be the support or the, you will be the advisors to the organizations who intend to implement IMS. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, we're still at a very low level phase. We haven't really embraced the benefits and the need for IMS. Okay, so I will open that when we start our lecture to start there. Okay, in terms of communication, so you communicate directly to me and you copy Calais and Dr. Madonsela, please. It is important we do it that way, okay? And then this is just the admin setup, with the senior faculty officer up to Prof. Nita, who's the program coordinator. And then I've put here my consultations. I work during the day. I'm a part-time lecturer. I'm available. I don't want to say anytime. I'm always willing at any given point in time. But I suggest that we make it Tuesdays 6:30 to 7:30, or Saturdays from 10:30. Okay. You'll find that there will be no need for consultations. But if you feel that we need to have some kind of consultations for clarity, realignment on certain things, those will be the times. Okay. Please double check and everything. I'm sure I'll get the student register soon of who's in this class so that you can double check your ID numbers and all the information is correct, because your assessments would be based on your student numbers. Okay, and also make sure that your email addresses are correct. This being an online course, we rely a lot on clarity for online collaboration. Okay. All right. And then the plagiarism is very important. I can tell you that I've seen a couple of people getting zeros for their assessments. I think last year alone for the strategy quality management, I think there must have been about 3, if not 4, in my class that got disqualified because of that. It's very important, guys, that you abide by this requirement. And of course, we're doing the IMS, and then it's a 14-week program. And I didn't mention exactly what's important here. The applications, please, it's very important. And also, team, what I realized is that in the past, I thought this was a quality team. It's operations, it's people who have been in manufacturing industries, in service industries, some have been in financials, etc. So I will try not to be ignorant of the fact that it's some are engineers, some are quality practitioners. Is very diverse. So some are from health and safety, some from environmental, some from quality, etc. So it's quite an all-encompassing. So we just need to be, cognizant of that. Some are from the food safety, some from GMPs, etc., etc. Okay, I think here what's important is that my request, my assessments, it's going to be a 10, 15, 30, and 45. That's how. And then the 10, the first one will be more build up to see if you understand these basic concepts and you understand the way of questioning. You are allowed to make, mistakes by being simple, but you are not forgiven as we go to the assessment 2, 3, and 4 in terms of your referencing, the way you articulate things. Should be at the postgrad level. Okay, I want to stress again, it has to be very practical. Don't copy and paste or cut and paste or whatever you call it. For me, it might be something that I can see that you're talking about, something that you understand, that you've read and got clarity on. Okay, hopefully you will not be missing any assessments, but it does happen at times, so I'm kind of arrange for you. But of course, with all your 6 certificate, all the evidence that you missed that because of a reason. Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to end there, and just on the prescribed textbooks. Any questions? I'm going to just pause there before I take questions. Yes, please, Elroy.
Good evening, sir, and good evening, colleagues. Sir, I see on Moodle, no, there's no learner guide, no material available to sort of download. The first time when I logged onto it, it was there, but now it's gone.
Yeah. Okay. So you missed the start of the lecture. It will come up. Okay. I've been now given the access to Moodle, so I can play around. The class reps will give you feedback by the end of the day, whether everything is now on track. I apologize for that. I know you've been in interaction with Prof. Madonsela, but I think Prof is doing the right thing to leave everything to me, so that I'm well, equipped, in order for me to be able to run the course self-sufficiently. Yes, Charlotte.
I heard you speaking about referencing, so I wanted to ask, what type of referencing do we use? Do we use the Harvard referencing, or which one? Because I'm new to UJ, so that's why I'm
Okay,
asking.
there's a UJ. Well, I'll note it down because I think there's a. I don't know if it should be me or it should be your research. Let me just check quickly. Sorry, I just want to look up something.
Okay.
We do have a UJ Harvard style of referencing. I just want to check something so and see because as part of your research, there should be some module or course on research methodology, which will highlight all of those for you.
Okay.
That's advanced program quality project. Okay, I'll note that down. Please, class reps as well. Let's keep that down. So there is a research methodology within your course because you are expected to research and to present them in a researched report. Okay, so this is now referencing. Okay. Thank you so much for that question. Okay. Any other questions before we? Yes, Elroy.
Yes, sir. Last question is, sir, when you upload the material for us, now, would it be possible for you also to maybe upload a memo? Say, for example, some test that they've done previously, so that we can basically see how they've sort of used the referencing so that to use that as a sort of a guideline for us.
Okay, I'll find out from Dr. Madonsela if that is, you know, I don't see it as being an issue, but I can find out. Okay, a memo. So this won't be a memo. It would be an example of previous answer. Eh?
That is
So that
correct, sir. An
I
example of, yes,
I think the memo will just give you the answers, not really,
yeah, so
not
it will be an
necessarily the
example of,
references. Yeah.
yes, it will be an example of a person answering
Yeah.
question paper and how he or she actually used the references.
Okay, no, it's fine. Thanks, Elroy. Any other questions? Please, guys, no panic. You know, let's not jump into exams and all that, but I get your point, really. All right, let me move on quickly. It's so just on your reference books, your main one is the chaired one. The top one is your prescribed textbook. So when I say chapter 1, chapter 2, I'm referring to that. And the others are supplementary textbooks. The Wayne Party, the Alan Field, I'm going to upload both. Alan Field, Dr. Madonsela is going to purchase it for us. Okay, it's a much newer one, 2019. So we're hoping to let me just quickly, can I quickly drop him a message now while we talk so that I don't forget? Do you mind if I do that quickly? It won't take me long. I just gonna press. Doc, I wish you are well. I hope you are well, Doc. With the supplementary textbook, just a reminder, please don't forget to see if you may be able to purchase it for us. Okay, I dropped him a note. All right. Yeah. So the reason for the supplementary, of course, is to support the main one. I mean, the main one, it is the thinking of the gentleman. Let me quickly go for it as we started the lecture, and then you can tell me if you've got any other questions. Just give me a sec. So I stopped sharing there. Stop that. I come to the textbook. Okay, the gentleman. So it seems like these are consultants. So their writing is based on what they've been consulting on. I mean, you can see here, you know, they're more from Omnix Incorporated. Okay, so it's a consulting firm. They've consulted to a number of organizations like the GM, etc., etc. You can see that they all seem to be coming from the same place, very experienced. Same director, the other one a founder, the three of them. Okay, the SQ gentlemen. So it's quite a nice mixture. Okay, so we're trying to broaden and not to use the information from the same place, and hence I've opted to supplement the learning guide. Okay, and I'll be uploading journal articles as well, so that we're using information from various sources. The newer the source, and the more peer reviewed, the better for us to use. Okay. Any other questions? Roy, yes.
Just a long. I think this is a long last question, or not the last question, but one of the questions is we've received our assignment dates for one of our other subjects, that is for advanced project management, as to when we must submit it, right? So we've got due dates for that. So with regards to this subject, IMS, do you have due dates for us as to when we submit those assignments?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe.
When I upload, I did go through it. The people that were here earlier, they did see it.
Yeah.
So it will be on your learning guide. Okay.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure that it doesn't like, for example, there's any discrepancies between the two.
Rose and Kosnat, you want to please double check, if there's no conflict in the dates.
Yeah.
Usually we do talk as lecturers, so that we don't give all at once, please, they will double check also. I'll note it down here for the dates. Okay.
Yeah, because I've got the dates in front of me. If you want to write down the dates, it's 4 dates basically.
No, we can only look my dates quickly. Class, if I don't want to. We can quickly do that. I can check that, unless the class feels that we should just jump to the lecture. Okay, I'm going to get to the dates quickly. They're here.
Okay.
I did share with the class earlier. Okay,
so
let me just get to, it's actually on my, okay, let me just, okay, so I need to share, stop sharing. Okay, from here, let me see. So we've got the assessment due date. First one is 14th March.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, because by our assessment date for the other one is due date 5th March.
Second one is 11 April.
Perfect. Our one is 9th April.
And the next one is 2nd May.
Okay, the 7th May, yes.
And the last one is 6th June.
Okay, 4th June. Okay, thanks, sir. No conflict.
Okay, thank you. Right, so let's kick off then. Thanks. Any other questions before we start, please? Any other questions before we start, please? Okay, let's kick off the class. Okay. You can see my slides, and I did mention that. Okay, now we've done the course outline. We're gonna quickly talk about me quickly, and then we'll get on with the rest of the lecture. Mainly recap of last week and the pre-reads for lecture 3. Everything has been recorded, so you'll be able to capture, to refer back to the recording at a later stage. So as we kick off this topic, We're just going to talk generally in a very simplified way about the integrated management systems. I think before I kick off the discussion, I would like to know from you, what do you understand by a term management system? So it's got management and it's got system. In its simplest form, how would you describe it to your son or to your CEO? Yes, Elroy.
Okay, sir. So a management system, simple explanation for it. A management system is a system that is put into place at a company that manages all the organization's procedures, etc., that they need to follow. It's simple.
All right. No, so it puts some kind of order, coherence in the activity, the processes, procedures, and as such, it creates a system. And we've got a system for equality. We've got a system for environmental management. We've got a system for food. We've got a system for health and environment, occupational health and safety, and all of those. So these are systems that the organization has to be part of the. So yes, please, Nkosana.
Oh, sir, your network was a bit bad. It was cracking, but it's fine now.
Oh, is it really bad? Please, guys, if it does, let me know. All right, so Nkosana, what is a quality management system? If you were to, which organization do you work for? Sorry, which industry are you from? Nkosana.
I'm still new, sir, so I'm still educating myself. I haven't touched
Right.
it. Yes, but to answer your question, a quality management system is basically a process to help an organization ensure its quality, like quality of its products or service.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's all right. Yeah. The whole purpose is to meet the stakeholder or the customer expectation or requirements. So it's what you put as the foundation for you to be able to produce that. Okay. And also very important. I'll come to you, Nkosana. Very important with a quality system. It is one of the first. It's the first and the most prominent, and it has been a tool for doing business. So your customers, your stakeholders, they'll be looking at you if you've got this quality system in place. There's a perception that the quality of your product or service is good enough. That if it's food, it's not going to kill anyone. If it's a car, it's a safe car. If it's a medicine, it's a medicine that's going to give you, it's going to cure your pain, your issues. Okay, so it was something that gave confidence to whoever who wanted to do business with you, the investors, your stakeholders, etc. Yes, please, Nkosana. Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Good evening, please, Nkosana. I can hear you clearly.
Yes, sir. Well, I think you kind of answered me while you were still lecturing as well. So I'm still fine for now.
Okay, thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, the three prominence. Okay, of course, it's quality. Of course, just coming back to, we talked about the management system, and when we're saying a management system standard, what is the how do we differentiate between the two, a management system and a standard? Mateba, are you able to answer that or give it an attempt? So there's a management system. There's a management system standard. Cindy, you want to help her?
So a standard is something that you follow, something that ISO or whichever body come up with that you need to follow, and then a management system is something that you can something that you implement based on your processes. So it would look different in different companies as long as the guideline is followed in the standard.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Mateba, what are you going to answer? Rose, I see you've got your hand up. Oh, sorry, Mateba.
No. Oh, me. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. The standard, I think the standard is what you put in place that you need to follow. I'm not really sure about management systems there,
All
but I
right,
think,
no, it's fine.
yeah.
And Rose, I saw your hand up. Are you able to assist?
Sorry, the hand went up by mistake. But in terms of the standard, these are the requirements that are or the guidelines that are set out to help organization in managing their processes. So it could be policies, SOPs, etc. Whereas a management system is what the organization puts in place as means of controlling or managing their structure. So it's a systemic way in which the organization would say this is how we operate.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Rose. I think we had Charlotte. I don't know who had the hand up before I give over to Karabo.
No, for me, it's just a follow-up question from what I think was Cindy said. She mentioned that as standard, it's something that you need to implement the procedure and all that. So my question is, do we have the same standard of each and every organization, whether it's the service or food industry, whatever it is, and then it only differs when you implement? Especially permits.
Can you repeat your question?
Okay, so I want to understand if we have the same standard, like ISO standard, in each and every organization, or does it differ whether you are on food industry or automotive, or depending on the type of service industry that you're working on, or the standard is the same, only the implementation that is different?
All right, thanks for that question, Charlotte. Karabo, are you, or who wants to answer? Is that you, Karabo or Martha?
Okay, I'll answer. For me, in my understanding, for an organization to then have a management system, then organization then needs to have to follow a certain standard for guidelines in implementing their management system. It could be from your welding standards, maybe the 45,000 or 14,001. Those are just standards that are there. But for you to have a management system, you need to follow the standards that are there, because a standard is more of an international standard that all across the world people follow to implement the management systems.
Thank you so much. Thanks. I see we've got Martha's hand, and after that, let's take Kilibone, and then we'll move on.
Good. All right. Good evening, everyone. Just to briefly answer the question asked, there's different standards for like different services. I'll make an example. If you work in the laboratory, like in diagnostics, you would use maybe ISO 15189. But when you're working in a laboratory that actually manufactures your EQA, which is in like your external kind of material, you are following the processes correctly, then you would use like your ISO 17043. So it depends on the service that you are rendering. I know also for safety, there's a different ISO standard that they need to follow. And just briefly to give like an explanation according to my understanding of the standard and your management system is that the standards, it's like a definite rule that you need to follow. And the management system, it's the process that you put in place to see if you are actually following the standards that is being put in place. I think I'm making sense.
Thank you. I'll give it 1 more minute, because, we need to move on. Neo, please. Neo, you've got your hand up. Please unmute yourself. Libone, is that a new hand or is it an old hand?
It's an old hand.
All right, please. And
Yeah,
Matlola, is it an old or is it a new hand? All right, Elroy,
okay.
let's close it.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
sir, there's actually two answers to your question that you asked. So your first answer, your first question was, what is a management system, right? So a management system is basically a system that the company puts together to basically guide the people how to perform the work inside the company. So for example, if it's a machine that needs to be operated, there's a specific work instruction or SOP that's put aside for them to follow as to what measures must they basically take in order to perform the work in accordance to the procedure that is set out or the policy or etc. etc. Then the other answer is, if a company follows an ISO system, like for example, your ISO 9001, the quality management system, or your 45,000 or 14,001, then the company must then write their procedures and policies, work instructions and SOPs in line with the ISO standard. And then they now have to see if they're compliant to the ISO standard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it is clear to me. I just want to touch on the question that came up last week. The question was, we are buying or we are testing in an unaccredited laboratory. The question was, is it good practice that we test using a lab that's not SANAS accredited? I can't remember, or ISO accredited. Yes, and that was answered, etc. When an ISO 9001 and ISO 14001, etc., comes to audit you against the ISO standard, they go through the clauses, they go through what needs to be in place. Your procedures, how you do things, it is up to you how you're going to do it, as long as it aligns to what a clause requires. If it asks top management leadership, support or leadership commitment, they'll be looking for evidence where, there's an indication that leadership commitment does exist. If they're looking for a management review, they'll look for minutes, they'll look for things that show that there is. And also, of course, they look at, do you have procedures, SOPs that talk to that? However, in a management system, you could be a quality management system, but it need not be. It need not be following, it need not be accredited. It need not be a copy paste of the clauses of that standard. All right. I think I got your feedback. I think we are clear. We understand what we are talking about. Okay. I'll move on now with your permission. Okay. So we'll be going through this overview. My notes are still, you can still see my notes, eh? Team?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so we'll do the interview overview. We did talk about the textbooks. We talked about the support textbooks. Okay. As I said, I'm waiting for this one from Doctor, and he did respond to me. Let me just quickly check. He says, okay, noted with thanks. So I sent him a reminder. So this hasn't come out yet, but it's something that he's going to purchase for us. Okay, just with me, what's important with me that I'm PhD, and I've been in organization, I've been working for a couple of years now, and I've worked in many different industries. I guess this makes me a credible and a well, a sufficient or qualified person to be lecturing you. Okay. And then just touching on the overview, of course, as I mentioned earlier, the standards, especially the most prominent ones, they've been a competitive tool. They've been used by organizations as a strategic tool for them to do business. So in the past, if you had an ISO 9001, you were seen as an organization that has got clear and very organized and very efficient processes as a foundation for your end product. So if your systems, your people training, the environment, etc., is in place, you do proper non-conformance management, you do proper management of change or change control, etc. You've got leadership commitment and all of that. You've got facilities that are clean, well maintained. You do management reviews. You'll be able to provide a product that is of good quality. So it was a business tool. And of course, after that, it was a big thing on environmental management, as we all know that this has become a big issue now. The carbon footprint. How do you manage the waste? How do we look after the environment, both at home and both, for communities and for your organization as well, and also complying with the regulatory, policies for the management of waste. So the organizations that followed those procedures, they had those standards in place, and they also looked internally to look after their people. These were preferred organization for people to go invest. Okay, I needed to fix this to an ISO 45,000, and one which we did discuss last week. So this became a tool for doing business. But the downside of this is that when, as an organization, you implement something, your competitors, they follow. So the competitors, they also went and they implemented the ISOs, etc. And what this has happened now, there were too many standards that were being managed by individual organizations. So organization Rose, organization Elroy, each one has got 3 standards, 4 standards, etc. And what happens is that with a quality standard, you've got a quality manager or quality director, you've got documentation officers, you've got this and that. And then at the same time, you've got environmental manager, you've got documentation, you've got training, whatever. So it's a duplication. It becomes too many of them. It's it becomes a challenge to manage them. Yeah, because now it's a multiple of these for each organization. And it costs the organization because you've got teams. If you're introducing 3 standards, 4 standards, 5 standards, you multiply by the number of people that you want. And also there's a conflict for resources. There's a conflict each division or each standard unit wants to become, more, recognized than the others. So the quality team, I think that they are most important within the organization. Please, guys, tell me if you can see me. My computer is showing that I've got a slow connection. Can you still hear me clearly?
We can hear you,
Okay.
but I
So
think
we
your
can.
slide is still on the implementing an integrated management system, right?
No, it's moved. It's actually on the overview. It's on slide 10.
Oh no, we're still on slide number 1.
Is
We're
it?
still on slide 8.
Was it 8 or?
So
Number
it's moving
1.
very slowly then.
110 on
I'll,
my side.
Maybe
okay,
can stop sharing and share again, sir.
okay, let me do that. Is it still not showing?
It's perfect. It's on the overview now.
Okay. Maybe I shouldn't put it on slides mode. So I mentioned that it becomes too challenging now for the organization to manage these individual management systems. And then now what the organizations decided to do, maybe they didn't decide to do that. The integrated management system became something that was possible. And with something possible, you can start now considering. So you as a team, you expected now to go to your organization leadership and say that we have noticed this challenge. As a result, we are able to recommend an integrated management system that will help to do away with duplication, with the cost, with all these things. And also, once we have one system in place, sorry, you just give me a second, please. Excuse me. Right, I'll carry on. Sorry for that. So you're expected to go to organizations and say that, look, there is something that can make your pain go away. You can consolidate these systems into one. However, there's a challenge with that because you don't just take quality, environmental, health and safety, sustainability, etc., and put it together and put it under one team. You have to look for compatibility. You have to look for certain things that are common across those standards at play to make a meaningful act. And there must be synergy that is strong of the combination than individual standards or systems. So this is very important that when you go to them, you go with them with a lot of possibilities. You say these are the critical success factors for you to have a successful implementation. These are the benefits because you are selling it. And these are the challenges. So that when you go to them, they already know what to expect in terms of what it is in there for them, for everyone, in terms of the benefits, what the challenges are, okay? So it is a good alternative to separate management systems, okay? And also if you've got one team that looks after the management system within your organization, that team or that individual becomes more powerful and more efficient than individual separate systems. They've got a better contribution at senior level, at board level, to advise the organization on how to consolidate and how to package this such that it is supportive of the organization's strategy. You must remember, strategies are different. The wishes of each organizations are different. Other organizations, they just put management systems in place just for business. Others, they put it together for them to realistically come up with a better product or service and be more efficient. So you, as the senior IMS person, you'll be able to advise them and say that, look, if this is how you want to approach it, perhaps we should not be doing these things, or we should be taking such a shortcut. I mean, management systems for you to be supporting the strategy of the organization to meet the stakeholders' expectations. It has to be a real thing. Right, I'm getting the same notice again for being slow. Is my system still okay?
It is okay.
It's okay.
Now I'm on slide 11. Slide 11, really, you can play around this yourselves. It just tells you about the IMS, various researchers. They explain to you what they think the IMS is. For example, Cavallo, he says that it is when two or more management system becomes integrated into one. As a very simplistic way of saying it. But if you refer to that article, which is my recommendation, it will clarify to you what exactly they mean. Okay. As such, it is strategic asset to the organization. So it's helpful overall business performance. As I keep on saying that this is a business operation excellence kind of tool. Okay, if you've got a proper system in place, there's consistency in the way you do things and in the way you deliver things. There are no surprises, okay? However, very important by what Bosa says, difficulties still exist. I'll explain to you. I think I've got a slide that shows what he means by that. I think what it means is that if this is not strategically placed, if it's not supportive of the company strategy, if it's not aligned to the organization, it's useless. It can never be in conflict with what the organization is trying to achieve. You can't be working on a very, robust management system, whereas the organization just wanted it as a piece of paper for it to be able to do business. Otherwise, you'll be very frustrated. However, if the organization means it, and they say they want to invest in a robust management system for them to have long-term operational sustainability, then even your approach to it will meet and support that expectation. And finally, its value as a significant contributor to business performance has not yet been fully and sufficiently quantified. I think this talks to you now. If you decide after this postgrad you're doing, you wish to do research in IMS or IMS, you may wish to quantify each value. When I researched, I couldn't pick up where there is a quantification where they say that it saves the business so much rands or dollars. So it's something that has not been researched sufficiently. I'm going to stop here quickly just to hear your comments as we move along. Yes, please, Sunny. And team, I cannot see because I'm on presentation mode. So when you raise your hand, you can just say my hand is up. Yes, please, Sunny.
Hi, sir. I just want to find out, will this be uploaded? Because I didn't hear anything today. I'm having a problem with network. It keeps logging me on and off, just like that.
It will be uploaded. Thanks. Any other question or comment, please? Are you all experiencing the same kind of challenge?
No.
All right, thanks. All right, I'm going to move on. Does it make sense to you to Boitumelo? Boitumelo, does it make sense at all? Okay, no comments.
So, sir,
Yes, please.
I just wanted to get some clarity. What's the difference between IMS and SHEC?
Yeah.
Or she?
No,
SHEC
it's
or
fine. I
she?
get you. Yes, yes. Anyone, any takers for this question? Elroy, any answer? Yes, please, Safara.
With regards to what is that, sir?
He's asking the SHEC, the safety, health and safety and quality, and he's asking what's the difference between that and IMS.
So that is the same. So all three together is the same as IMS, as an integrated management system, basically.
Thanks, and Safara, sorry.
Yeah. So it's integrated. Sorry. So SIC. SIC as safety, health, environment, and quality. So that is basically all three standards together. Your quality, your health and safety, and also environment. That makes up for your integrated management system.
Thanks, Safara. You had your hand up as well.
Oh, I had my hand up, but Alroy already answered. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Any other takers before I move on? All right. Yes, please, Rose. Yes, Sissy.
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I think from yes, please, Ngobeni.
Yes, Prof. So I really like how you've summarized it so well in this slide, because when it comes to IMS, there's so many views, especially when it comes to different organizations, and you find that the experience when it comes to a big organization and a small organization, the experience is different. For a big organization, you find that when it comes to what Bobosa has actually mentioned, that it can come across as a hurdle, or it can be difficult to implement. And one of the difficulties is that some employees can be resistant to change, you know. And also when it comes to implementation, there's a lot of training that is needed. And if you have a streamlined team, you might find that you've got your very most important team not being available on site for a prolonged period, in such a way that sometimes it delays the implementation of decisions at a particular period. But otherwise, I think it's a good system, and it actually saves the business a lot of money. But we'll touch on that later on.
Thank you so much. I think also we don't want to touch a lot on money, because as you know, with money, especially as the operations people, of course, operations we differ, of course. So you got operations that are financially focused. In other words, you want to really streamline such that you've got good savings, efficiencies, they translate into cost saving. But you've got a quality team here amongst us that, the cost of the quality part, you don't have to sacrifice the cost. I've been involved in discussions where, people come and say, you know, when there's a problem, they say, how much is it going to cost? How much is to reject, or how much? And the decision making is made on the magnitude of the money involved. And I've been told in certain case studies that to leave out cost as a quality person, just focus on the issue at hand. You know, what's the root cause, how you can put some kind of corrective actions, etc., etc. So I'm still more inclined to be less cost or money focused and more on dealing with the issue at hand, you know, and deal with the cost, you know, as a secondary factor. But as you know, money is reality. Okay, in order for you to be selling this to your senior management, when you say you take out duplication, they will be asking how much are you going to save. That's the fact of the matter. Thanks. What I wanted to stress is the IMS. You know, I mentioned to you before that the organization that I work with, there's a, you know, the understanding of IMS is put as SHEC. As a result, SHEC has been there all these years. And what's this new about the IMS? IMS is different. IMS goes beyond these three standards. IMS incorporates all standards, all systems. So you can have, if you've put a very robust framework in place, you can fit in quality, safety, you know, sustainability, corporate finance, integrated systems or ERPs, etc., within one system. So it goes beyond that. It's very important that when we articulate it, we don't narrow it to those three standards, that it is equivalent to SHEC. Definitely not. The organization will tell you that we do have SHEC in place. We've got a SHEC manager. Then why then must we be bothering and be looking into this IMS issue, if you get what I mean?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to quickly. All right, sorry, somebody wants to comment. Should I move along, Mr. Ngobeni?
Yes, you can move along, sir.
Okay, it's fine. All right. Okay, I'm going to share the next slide. I'm worried about the slide that you guys cannot see. Can you see this one on key? I want to quickly move out of this and quickly. Okay, so please read through this. Okay, this talks about the motivation for your IMS. In other words, now you're going to see senior management. You're going to see your directors. You're going to see the CEO and the board, and you want to tell them why it is important for you to have IMS. Okay. And of course, this goes beyond this. When you write your assessments, your assignments, I expect you to go beyond this, to try and imagine what happens when you take away two potentially competing units and you put them as one. What benefits will you get? So if I take the best.
Can I ask you?
Yes, please.
Sorry, my hand is up. Can you please move
sorry.
the slide again to page 12? Slide 12, rather.
Okay. Should I? Okay. I'm struggling today, guys, with the connection. Can you see it now? It's a key concepts, the motivations.
Nothing. We can't see anything, sir. We can't see anything.
It on my side.
Okay, so I'm struggling today. Okay, let me stop and share again. It's still not showing?
It's
Still not showing.
No.
No, sir.
It's
Not on my
not.
side.
Okay.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
It
Yes,
is
now.
showing. See, I'm
Yeah.
very sorry for this. So you must just read through this. I really suggest that you just read and understand what it means. But you can make your own assessment where you read up of organizations that have got multiple systems in place. If you were to combine those into one, what would be first of all, your motivation. As I kicked off the lecture, I said that to manage multiple management systems, it is very challenging. Okay, I've got a slow connection, so it's very challenging. So that's a motivation on its own. It takes away a lot of confusion, a lot of aggression, conflicts amongst different groups. And to address that, you put that into one, okay, into one system. So the benefits, you've got improved auditing, because now it's a single auditing, IMS audit instead of individuals. There's many benefits. You're going to have to read that up, read articles and read my slide. And of course, this is what I put together as part of my thesis a while back. Can you see the next one? It's a very short slide. It's the challenges, which is exactly what I've just said.
No, sir, you're still on key. You're still on
No, we
key
can't.
concepts.
Okay, you know what? I'm just looking at the time. I'm going to rather carry on
So I think
and be.
it's best if you don't run them in slideshow mode.
How should I run them?
Like
I cannot hear you. I've lost you now.
no, I mean like when you run them, you can just run them normally as you just
Okay.
open your Microsoft and you leave it like that. I think when you go to slide mode, that's where we struggle.
All right. Okay. Can you see it now? It's challenges. It's a slide 13 now.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move fast now because we're running out of time. I really apologize for that. Okay. My next slide really is the critical success factors. So the slides from 11 to slide, slide 12, slide 13, and slide 14. This is part of what I put together as part of my research, okay? So slide 14, it is critical success factors. Can you see this?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Am I still losing you?
Yeah, I can't see on my side.
We can.
Okay.
We can also see, so we can only see your initials appearing there.
So when you go through critical, it's not so good tonight. I really apologize. I'm actually in Cape Town today. Elroy, I blame that on you. I mean, I've presented, I've run my lectures from Cameroon and I had no issues. Can you still see the
Thank you, we
critical
can
success
see.
factors?
Yeah, we can see now.
Okay. So what I did here was to look at, looking at articles, many articles. I looked at organizations, I looked at focus groups and a lot of things to try and triangulate from different sources to come up with these critical success factors. I felt that if you have these, actually supposed to be 10 success factors, they are critical for you to have a successful implementation. If you've got enough money, if you've got a culture that is embracing of IMS, a culture that doesn't see it as a threat, if you in certain instances, you've got these competing teams. And when they hear that there'll be an IMS, an environmental person is fighting with quality person, they don't want, because quality is going to be the owners of this system, then it becomes an issue. So then the culture must be a good culture. There must be big support from your top management. There must be a proper change control, a change management system in place, so people must be made aware. There must be a risk assessment. There must be all those things to prepare for this new, the new system, new combined system. There must be a strategic plan for this IMS, so it mustn't be seen as a short-term thing. It must be something that's strategic and sustainable into the future, and also something that is is part of the business. Okay, so it mustn't be something that is pulling in the wrong direction. So there must be expertise and skills for this implementation. You must not invite consultants, and then when those consultants leave, nobody knows what to do anymore. Okay, there must be an awareness creation. People must go through training. They must attend workshops on IMS for them to understand the benefits so that they can have a buy-in. If they think that is just another check, to them, it is just another check. There must be clarity of what the stakeholders require. So it must meet stakeholder requirements. I mean, if it's in conflict with the investors, with the internal customers, external customers, then it's not going to work. So, and also it must be aligned to the organization strategy. I'm quickly going closer to the end. I just want to show Barbosa's depiction of this alignment with the organization strategy. Can you see my next slide? Can you see my next slide? It's on
Not
alignment. Not yet.
Not
It's
yet.
very slow. Okay, let me just go because I'm getting close. I'd rather, you know, we end it and have a fresher, you know, when we meet again. We're not too far behind, but I'm going to have to make up for the time lost. Okay, can you see this one? Yes, please, Paul.
No,
Guys,
sir.
I'm just gonna move now to a new place. So in case you know I break, I'll just rejoin. Yes, please.
No slide, sir.
Are you okay now?
No.
No, sir, it's blank.
Blank.
Is it blank now?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try again. I blame it on you, Elroy.
It's the windy in Cape Town, sir. The wind is blowing the signal away.
Yeah, it is windy. I actually I was expecting a power outage today. You know, I read on the news, but it never happened.
Yeah, they talk about 21 days without power.
Yeah. So let me just quickly move to a new space and see if it's going to work out. You still cannot see this slide.
Still
No,
blank.
sir.
Oh,
There we
yeah.
can see.
See it
You
now.
can
we
see
can
it
see.
now. Yeah, it's really bad. Okay, so what this slide shows is really the alignment of all these management systems to the, you know, for example, if you look at the business strategy, so there's on top there's business strategy, and at the bottom the stakeholder shareholder requirements, and all of these they have to work, and then you've got QMS, EMS, environmental, XXX. So these must be supportive of what you are trying to achieve, to get your product, to get the service, to get everything to the marketplace. And also you must have proper inputs to make sure that your infrastructure, the resources, employees, the environment. So in other words, it requires a lot of inputs in order for you to be able to deliver the end product that is of acceptable quality to meet what the customer wants. So what this talks about, it's about alignment, that it's not a distorted, you cannot join them together and forget and ignore what the business wants to achieve, okay? I'm just gonna show another slide quickly and see if you're gonna see it. I've changed now to the slide on organizational maturity levels. Okay, I guess you cannot see it. So what? Okay, what this means really is that you can never. It is very difficult if you implement an integrated management system. Hello. Yes, I can
Sorry
hear.
for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting, sir. we can see the slide, but we can't see anything that's on the slide. So if you maybe
Oh.
can present it in PDF form, maybe.
All right, I guess what I'll do, no, not now, I'll when I upload, and next time I'll try it on PDF. Okay, thanks, I'll do that. So I just convert my PowerPoint into PDF, I'll do that. So I think I'll be quick on this one. Well, what's important here is that the maturity level. So if you're on a very less matured level, it's less matured level, it's an unstable, level where even the culture of the organization is not as embracing, is not ready. And, the people, the practice, they don't follow procedures, and they don't understand the meaning of why we have certain things in place. So in such organization, or where there's that kind of system in place, management system, it is weak, it's on low level, then it is not going to tie up to a very strong and synergetic IMS. Okay, I'll explain again when we meet next time, give you examples on this one. What I want to quickly show you as we end tonight's lecture, I'm going to repeat this on recap, just on few things. I want to just touch on the last part as we prepare for the next lecture for next week. I'm going to stop at past. So what I want to introduce you to our lecture for next week. So let me do this. I've skipped a lot of slides, which I'd like you to just read, and then when we meet, ask me questions. Can you see this slide on standardized and or integrated systems?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So now this is a lead to our, main chapter 1, okay? And the chapters that will follow subsequent to that, okay? So it talks about a standardized system and an integrated system. The difference between the two is that integrated, we talk about management systems or management standards. Within an organization, I'll give an example. It could have been J&J, Rose. It could have been a Pfizer organization I once worked for, where you've got, it's a multinational which has got a footprint across the world. So they decide to have management systems that are so they want to reduce having to operate different management systems. So they get to operate under an integrated management system so that you don't have to manage too many management systems. That would be a typical multinational. And standardized within an organization. My organization with factories within the country. So we want to standardize the procedures. So we've got a procedure on recalls. We've got a procedure on management of change. We've got a procedure on change control, etc., or corrective or non-conformances. So we've got a one standard within the organization, and we want the different sites to have a procedure that is aligned to that. So it may not be a standard, but it may be a procedure. A procedure on recalls, it must talk to what the group standard is saying. So that when you operate in factory in Cape Town or factory in Johannesburg, when there's a recall, it is the same kind of process that you follow. It doesn't have to be a word for word, but the critical aspects of that procedure must be fulfilled. Okay, so if it says that you have to stop distribution, you have to inform senior management, you have to investigate, etc., it must be the same throughout. However, if you go to so there you've standardized your procedures, okay? You've standardized your recall procedure, you've standardized your non-conformances such that it talks even if you send one auditor to audit against the group standard, there's similarity in the way that each and every site manages these processes and procedures. Is it clear? I'm going to stop there just quickly. Rose, can you please explain, please, briefly, your understand of what I've just said? Yes, we'll come back to you. Thanks so much, Offense. Rose, was it clear, or would you like me to clarify? Especially, let's talk on standardization. Was it clear where you have to have one standard, group standard, and then there has to be the procedures throughout the organization, throughout the plans, the sites should be aligned to that group standard?
I think the explanation of standardized was very clear. What might be a bit confusing, I think for me, was on the integration or the integrated management system. So I think where I would see it or maybe describe is that you are a global or a multinational, and maybe you identifying a center of excellence. I'm just trying to make an example of where you could say this is now integrated. So instead of having different reports wherein you've got a quality report, maybe as part of your quality management review, then you've got a sustainability reporting, which is just for non-financial reporting. You integrate those processes into one management system. In that way, you've got an integrated reporting. I think that's how I would see it in an organization. Another example would be wherein you've got a global footprint. Maybe you're noticing that site A can be a center of excellence, maybe for managing process A, and therefore maybe you integrate, you consolidate all your processes that speaks to process A to then go to that system.
Thank you. Any other takers? Thanks, Rose. What do you think, Cindy?
Hi, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
What I see as the integrated, if when you're referring to a global organization, is maybe I don't know if you mean in the instance where they have different sites. Is that what you're referring to, or?
That is correct.
Okay, so say for instance you have say for instance you're in the meat industry, because I have a food background as well. So meat industry, you have a frozen foods plant and you have a ready to eat plant, different sites. So you write maybe a policy on hygiene, and you don't want to have one for each site. So then in that hygiene policy you highlight all the major things on both sites. So for instance, both sides needs mop caps, both sides needs hair nets, both sides needs to wash their boots before they go into the factory, both sides needs to so just like the general hygiene. So then you write one policy and you'll ask each site manager to read through it to make sure you've included both on both the processes on each site, and like that you can have one policy forming part of the integrated management system. So there are certain things that will be different for each site. So like with the frozen foods, you need temperature controls and probes and stuff like that, and then ready to eat, you also need temperature controls, but the one will be for frozen and the one will be for heat, because ready to eat foods needs to be cooked to a critical temperature. So the temperature readings will differ, but the design of the sheets and the design of the overall management system can be integrated to have both sites information in one system. And then there's obviously certain things that needs to be customed, but like your environmental policy, your your what's that, threats, the SWOT analysis, those type of things. If it's at one company, you can have that under one umbrella, and that will be the integrated management system for basically all the sites that you have.
All right, thanks. I think thank you so much. Sorry, Roy, you want to say, and then it will be Rose, and then we will close it for today.
I just want to add on to Cindy's explanation. So basically, it goes under one integrated management system. So the scope of the certificate will be updated to align it to both sides.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That's clear. It's fine. Sorry, is that a question, Roy, or you just adding to what she was saying?
I'm just
Yeah.
adding to what
Okay.
she's saying. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Rose. Okay. I think team, we okay, Rose, carry on.
No, I don't have any further inputs to this, but I think what is for me integrated is wherein you've got the three. Quality, health, and safety. And in this instance, I make reference to the sustainability reporting. So if you take away that separate sustainability reporting, build that into the QMS reporting, which would mainly be quality management reviews, etc. Consolidating those into one, then it becomes an integrated management system, because now you're not only looking at quality reporting, but your quality report also considers waste, it considers the impact to the environment, as well as the health. So in that way, you then have an integrated management system. I'm not too sure if I understood the explanation by Cindy, because for me, it sounded like a standardization rather than an integration.
All right, thanks.
So maybe if you can,
yeah, I think let's hold it there. You know, let's use this as our intro for next week, because you're going to see even with the integrated management system, we've got partial integration, we've got full integration, we've got integration where you're still operating in semi-individual systems where only certain clauses or certain processes are integrated. And you'll get to, let me just end my slide. It will tell you that these guys, please guys, anything that comes out at this stage, we need to critique it, okay? So let me just end it here. We need to critique it. I want to end it here for tonight, okay? So I think, yeah, Rose is somebody I couldn't see in chats. I think someone wanted something from you. We'll read the chats, right? Carry on, please. Somebody wants to talk to Rose.
Rose, the reason why I gave that as an explanation was because that's why I was asking Doc if he's referring to different sites or just the integration of different standards, because I think, yeah, it can be both.
Yeah. All right, I see there's Tsecho, Karabo, and then I'm going to wrap it up quickly, guys. And we've got something to start off with for next week, which is quite good.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
I wanted
Yes, please.
to understand when you say standardization, but the screen that you just the slide talks about procedures, because you quite confused me when you talked about procedures, when you say that when you standardize, you're trying to standardize procedures in terms of the non-conformity, if I recall correctly, and then on the other side of integration, you talked about site. So my confusion was that can a group standard or a company that is group certified for, maybe just giving an example of Shack, right? Can they use the same procedures that they have standardized, that this is how we do, maybe how we do our communication procedure, how we do our emergency preparedness, how we do our document control and also on. So I was just quite confused when you explain it on the terms of documentation, when you are differentiating the two between integration and standardization. So can you please just clarify?
I'm sorry, I got disconnected. Karabo, can you just comment quickly so that I can wrap up, please?
Oh, okay. For me, I'm just gonna a little bit of ramp, but I just want to pose this question, especially to if ever there's any of our colleagues here from the mining sector. In most cases, you'd find that even when maybe you're applying for a job, you find that they're looking for a SHEC candidate, right? But when you go to the mining sector, you find that the emphasis or the focus is more on safety because of the kind of operations they have in place. So my question is, would you now then say that if ever the organization within the mining sector has your health and safety environmental quality, would you say that their IMS is properly implemented if ever qualities maybe slightly disregarded as such?
All right, I think what I'll do, I'll just comment, 2 comments. First of all, when we come back next week, I'm going to use real examples based on my experience. And some of you that might be here will probably recall those organizations. First of all, let's start with Pfizer. I mean, if Pfizer is global organization, it's got Pfizer standards. So what the board decides to do, they say we'll give these 10 non-negotiable standards. This comes from the board and shareholders. First of all is how you conduct recalls, how you deal with the examples, non-conformance, how you do with audits, how do you do with change control. I'm giving examples. They say, and now this is something that comes from the global, from the group head office. They say they want all 150 countries, when there's a recall, they must be able to follow these basic critical 5 actions. So they may have an SOP or procedure that directly talks to that, copy it, or they can have their local SOP that contains those those basic 3 or 4, the non-negotiables. In that way, head office and the board and shareholders, they know that if ever anything happened, that is a recall anywhere in the world, the 5 basic expectations will happen. Okay, even when they send their auditors throughout the world, they look for the consistency in the application of that and adherence to that requirements. So you're standardizing that process throughout the world. I can't remember what else we spoke about, but all I'm saying is that hold on to it. Let's unpack it next week. I'll come up with examples, and then we'll make more sense of it. What I wanted to do in ending this is that these gentlemen that have put together this prescribed textbook, they say that management systems are considered integrated if they have 70% to 95% integration for the procedures and at least 30% for the work instruction. So we're going to try and interrogate, first understand what they're saying, and interrogate, see if does it make sense. They go on and say that if you've got a quality ISO 9001, you've got 14001, you've got 45,001. And if you've got the control of procedures or the training or the management reviews, so these must be managed by a same person, or the process owner should be a same person, so that these are common across these different standards for it to be accepted as being an integrated management system. Please hold on at this stage. Let's have a discussion next week. Let's come up with example. I think we've discussed enough today. I don't want to over feed. I'd like you to sleep on it and also review the notes and everything that I'll be uploading to you, so that next week we've got a more aggressive and robust discussion. I really appreciate your comments and your insights from tonight's lecture. Is that okay if we end the lecture now? To give you time so that you can review the notes, we can review the documents and articles, so that we can have a further discussion next week.
No problem, sir.
Unless, Charlotte, you want us to carry on.
No, that's okay, sir.
I'm
can
happy
end.
to end at this stage. And thank you so much, team. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks, Rose. Thanks, Elroy. Thanks, Cindy. Thanks, guys, for your comments and your insights. And thanks, everyone.
Sir, just a quick
Yes.
one. Just don't forget to upload the material for us.
Yeah. So
and the learner guide.
Yeah. No, definitely I'll do so.
Thank you.
I'm just now moving between places. So when I get to a quiet place by tonight, I'll upload them.
And
Definitely
the recording.
No, recording is, yeah. I mean, I think the recording, it remains on Moodle under IMS.
Yeah, sir. With regards to the recording, can you please make it downloadable, please?
All right, I'm going to have to figure out, Elroy. If not, I'm going to have to ask someone to help me, or even yourself. But I'll make sure that I get assistance to have it downloadable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.